首先出场的这名球员，在前期的比赛中，他立刻多位名将状态拉满，来到了决赛。那接下来就让有请英格兰球员Joe O'Connor。
What a week it's been for the man from Leicester. He's up to 19th on the one-year list, Joe O'Connor. If he wins this tournament today, he'll be in the Players' Championship for the top 16, which is coming up in a few weeks' time, and in the Champion of Champions next season as well. And it's just a bigger deal for John Higgins. Yes, he has nothing left to prove in the game. He's done everything you can do, but he still craves the big titles. And it's been a long time since he last lifted a major trophy. He is desperate to put that right today. So we're ready to go then for the title match here at the World Open in Yushan. There is the beautiful trophy that they're contesting today, and that very handsome cheque to go with it. A lot of mutual respect on show. Higgins flagged up O'Connor's potential a few seasons back, and he's been proved right. But he'll be hoping that today he can get the better of the up-and-coming Leicester man. He turns 50, Higgins, in May. Looking to become the second oldest ranking event winner after the late, great Ray Reardon, who was 50 when he won the Professional Players Tournament way back in 1982 against the whirlwind Jimmy White. Here we go. First frame, Higgins to break. And it's a good evening from Yushan, from the former Masters champion, Alan McManus.
Good evening to everyone. Yeah, thank you, Phil. I don't think I can remember a final as this one's set up. A legend of the game against a player outside the top 32 who's been around for a while, and it feels like perhaps Joe's the favourite. I don't know whether that's justified, but he's been absolutely out of this world, isn't he? So far in this tournament.
Well, in the last couple of weeks or so, he's beaten Kyron Wilson, the reigning world champion, Judd Trump, the world #1, and Shaun Murphy. Three of the four standout players of the season. The other, Mark Selby, who's now won 2 titles during this campaign, he beat, of course, in the first round of the World Championship. So no respecter of reputation, O'Connor. On the contrary, he seems to save his best for the leading lights of the game, but he's only playing in his second ranking final. Higgins, on the other hand, is in his 57th title match, so there is a vast gulf in experience of the big occasion. Higgins himself said after his victory, and it was a dramatic one over Zach Schuerty, who had a couple of great chances in that decider to win, that O'Connor has been hitting the ball better than anyone else. I'm sure Higgins will feel he has to raise his game today, but of course it's well within his compass to do so.
Yeah, a good split that, wasn't it, on the face of it after the initial terrific shot in the red. But he's a bit straight for comfort on the red along this end cushion. Has some angle to work with, but this is such a tough one. And played to perfection. It's a long, best of 19 finalist. He won't play many shots better than that one. What a start.
And if you were in any doubt as to how much it still means to Higgins, even after the career that he's had, one of the best in the game's history, you only have to look at his reaction when he got past Zhou Yulong with the big fist pump. And then again, a clench of the fist at the end of that dramatic encounter yesterday with Shurty, when he must have been thinking on a couple of occasions he was going out, but in the end put together a 72 break to win the decider. Just about dropped the black in. The generosity of the corner pockets has been one of the themes of the week. We've had 96 centuries in all. Not so many in the last couple of days, it must be said. Just the one in the two semi-finals. But still clearly an opportunity to make the 100 for the week, if these two find their form. John Higgins has moved from 13th up to 11th in the provisional world rankings by getting to this final. If he wins the title, he'll move back into the world's top 8 ahead of Ding Junhui. And when you consider that he very briefly drops out of the top 16 this season after Neil Robertson won the English Open, albeit for just a week, for the first time since the spring of 1995, that is impressive consistency for most of this campaign. Little grimace though from Higgins as he leaves the cue ball awkwardly on the side cushion.
Yeah, and playing the pot might not be an option because the cue ball would be running full ball into the cannon, so there's pressure on this. Got to play this with some pace, I think. See, running into the other edge, it's about as well as he could have expected, I suppose. Good shot. Now we know he's not that comfortable using the rest. He's going to have to use it here.
Six.
Yeah, what a start. I mean, the frame still is going to take a bit of winning from here, but he's played at least 4 or 5 outstanding shots so far.
47.
Already a significant contrast to how he began the match against Zach Shurty. He was ill at ease for quite a bit of it, actually. He was lucky, actually, to only be 3-1 behind at the interval. He could have lost all 4. Shurty missed a blue that he should have potted in the second frame. But as the great players tend to do, he was able to dig deep, use his wealth of experience, and held his nerve when it mattered right at the end of the match. The first time he led in the final frame. But that has not gone to plan. That looks like end of break.
52.
So a disappointing end to what was a very nice break from Higgins to get a feel for things early in this final, going into the bunch but not landing on one. 52 the lead, though. Aside from those outstanding performances against Trump and Murphy, of course, O'Connor was able also to avenge his loss to Ali Carter in the Welsh Open in the quarterfinals with a 6-3 win in the last 4. He changed his cue ahead of the shootout this season, and it seems to have worked wonders when you consider that when he arrived at the Welsh, he hadn't been past the round of 32 in any ranking event, so it had been a pretty disappointing season to that point, but things have changed dramatically in the last couple of weeks or so. One of the tests for O'Connor is handling the occasion. That only previous ranking final he's been in turned out to be a big disappointment for him. He really didn't show anything like his capabilities that day. Lost 9-2 to Gary Wilson in the final of the Scottish Open in 2022, having played brilliantly to get to the final. But as he said himself, ahead of this match with Higgins, he feels as though he's better equipped now. He's scoring more heavily, and that experience of a title match should stand him in good stead today, you would think. He's an unassuming sort of character off the table, quietly spoken. There's no sense of bravado or arrogance about O'Connor, but there is a steely resolve about the way he plays, and he seems to have a very cool temperament. He's got a lot of self-belief. And why wouldn't you, given the collection of scalps that he's been compiling over the last couple of seasons, beating the very best on a regular basis.
Yeah, problem is that the two reds together might be a plant to the yellow pocket. They look dead set, which Joe had a look at. You see those two together there, it's very close, isn't it? So he's loath to leaving the cue ball on this end cushion. Understandably playing that, the attempted thin cut back, at least he's found some path back to the safety zone. And John, you can bet he'll have done his homework. He'll be acutely aware of the threat that Joe poses. I think it's going to be one of those finals for John, or at least he hopes it is. He's going to try and starve Joe of chances, you know, even more so than he normally does, and he always tries to starve his opponents. There's a bad miss.
Yeah, even allowing for
Higgins one.
the receptive nature of these corner pockets this week, that was never going to go in. He caught the top cushion way too early. So some semblance of a counter-attacking chance here for O'Connor. He missed a long red right at the start of the frame, which allowed Higgins in for the 52 break.
One. Eight. Nine.
Clearly there's a lot to be done to turn this break into something of real substance, never mind frame winning with reds in awkward spots, but it's a chance for O'Connor to get a feel for the conditions, which he might have been denied had Higgins potted that black. The mobile phone, that's been a bit of a theme this week as well. Let's hope we don't have too many of those going off today.
Twenty-two. Three.
His shot selection is brilliant.
Set.
Joe O'Connor plays the scoreboard well, you know, just double checking his numbers. He's just thinking, will it be blue or will it be yellow off this red? I would suggest, you know, blue's easier to get on with the perfect angle. He's weighing up everything, this fella. Just thinking more about the percentages. What's the most likely colour to attack these two reds? Yeah, that was the only problem with the yellow, was getting high enough. It wasn't easy to get a nice angle on it to disturb.
Thirty-three.
caught the jaw, but
64.
the lack of pace in the shot allowed the red to drop. It would be some clearance, this, wouldn't it? We've had a few this week. O'Connor has made a couple himself. But it would be quite a start to the final if he could pinch this frame, with Higgins queuing so nicely early on before missing the black into the right corner.
It's just whether he'll be brave enough to top this through for the low black. Because to do that, he'd have to inject a certain amount of pace in it. But that's the one that potentially gets the pink in the open. Terrific pot.
42.
And he's got that nice angle, actually. He'll be playing to shift the pink. So many clever shots he's played again there, isn't
49.
it? I'm pretty certain he did play to lift it, but you play it at such a pace where you're going to be in yellow anyway. So it's all going to be about blue to pink.
$51. $54.
Into the lead. The pink is frame ball for O'Connor.
$58.
That's a clever way of playing it, and just leave it a bit more angle than normal. This looks a natural. It looks absolutely perfect. Just try and nestle the pink over the right middle pocket. No, just didn't find the line.
63.
Pace was good, but not the line. But what an effort, isn't it, to try and win it in one fell swoop.
Yeah, this has been some break when you consider the table wasn't ideal. But you can see his frustration in not quite being able to promote the pink there. So Higgins breathes again. Be a hurtful frame for Higgins to lose right at the start of this World Open final.
Joe O'Connor, 63.
A superb break of 63 from Joe O'Connor, and he's finished with a good safety on the pink.
There's more than a touch of Mark Selby about Joe when he plays well, isn't there? I know they're from the same neck of the woods, but you just can't help make that comparison. Can't pay any higher a compliment than that. How does John get this safe? Deliberate double kiss. About as well as he could have expected. It's a good shot.
Yes, a good cue ball. But of course O'Connor only needs the pink. Higgins needs both, so this is a chance for what would be a big early steal in this final. Because Higgins was cueing very nicely and looked very likely to win this frame. And he may yet. O'Connor overcuts the pink. Happily for him, it's run pretty safe. This is O'Connor's 4th World Open appearance. He'd never won a match in this tournament before this week, and now he's 10 frames away from being the champion. But that's gone wrong right over the hole. Higgins has still got to get from pink to black. How straight is it?
Yeah, he might go cushion first. I don't know if John's got the cue power. He can't top it through and get on the black. Well,
6.
no ambition whatsoever. That was a curious one, wasn't it? And cushion first was definitely an option. I know it was risky, but you'd expect here just to push the black to the side cushion. But that kind of would hand Joe the initiative. The up and down is always risky,
Jack against 6.
but played it well.
What a start to this final, a black ball finish in the opening frame. If this is a taste of what's to come, it's going to be quite a battle. That's not the best though from Higgins. This is a chance once again for O'Connor. He's already had a go at the long pink into the left corner. Can he now dispatch the black to pinch the frame? He can't. So 2 opportunities have come and gone for the Leicester man to kill this frame off, and that one you would have expected him to get.
Yeah, John prioritising the black there, getting it tight to the cushion, but Joe eyeing up a kind of double to nothing. It is on. Double to yellow pocket. I think that's what he'll be playing. A bit of pace to get it back down the cushion on this at the baulk line. Oh, it's close.
Happily for O'Connor, the black has moved away from the pocket. So what drama right at the start of this final. There could be another 18 frames of this. O'Connor's had two good opportunities to kill it off on the pink and then the black, which was even a better one. Higgins having got in with 52. And here's a further chance for O'Connor to finally get the better of this eventful opening frame. "31 minutes and counting." Amazing, isn't it? It's like a final frame, never mind the first of 19.
Look at where he's left John. It's one of those, there's no safety shot on. Well, you could attempt it, but he's got to play the pot. But he's also got to hang the pace off it a fraction, I think. You know, obviously, the harder you play this, the more difficult the pot becomes.
It's got to be a perfect connection, hasn't it? And he's done it. What a first frame. And it is only the first of a possible 19, but it feels quite significant because Joe O'Connor has had 3 chances to put it away and hasn't taken them. Higgins leads 1-0. A possible 19 frames in this World Open final, and high drama in the very first one. Joe O'Connor had no fewer than 3 chances to pop frame ball, including twice on the final black.
Second frame. Joe O'Connor to break.
But it eluded him, so that's an early setback that he's got to quickly overcome. And although it is very early in the piece, sometimes the tone can be set with a frame like that. You heard our referee telling off the crowd ahead of this frame, and again, movement, noise, all very off-putting for the players. So much at stake today for both of them. O'Connor looking for his first ranking title to make the big career breakthrough. Higgins, his 32nd. And he'll be highly delighted to have won that first frame, which he must have thought had slipped away despite the initial half-century. Missed the black into this right corner, but had the final word with an excellent long-range black into the yellow pocket.
Eight. Nine. 16.
Yeah, played for a choice of pink or black. It looks like it's going to have to be pink. He's a wee bit hampered on the black. Good news, he's at least going to shove a couple of reds in the open. Yeah, but black I think was the one that he was after. So it's end of break barring a double.
1 minute please, I'll check spot. Sorry.
Of course, out there, it's as always, it's not so much a frame of snooker, it's a frame of mind. And just the fact that John won the frame in the end, that opener. It's such a big settler. You know, he's had some knocks in the last few years, hasn't he, in finals and deep in events. That would have been a massive blow. Nothing he couldn't handle, but it would have been a huge blow to lose it.
Yes, Higgins has lost in 5 finals since he won that Players' Championship quite brilliantly when he demolished the field and lost 4 frames in 4 matches. The most hurtful, I guess, would have been the Tour Championship in 2022 when he was 5 up with 6 to play against Neil Robertson and it somehow slipped away. But here's a relatively easy starter, it would seem, to get back in again in this second frame. But he's not held the cue ball for the black. This season alone, Higgins has lost in 7 final frame deciders before this tournament, including another big lead swallowed up by Neil Robertson at the Masters from 5-1 to lose 6-5. So to win 2 close matches, as he's done this week against Zhou Yulong and of course yesterday in the most dramatic fashion against Zach Schuerty, was a big deal for Higgins. And we saw his reaction in both of those wins at the end, what it meant to him.
Green ball. No. Blue ball.
No.
Blue ball.
Round.
He's nominating the brown. The referee was mishearing Higgins, thinking he was saying blue.
Green ball.
He's now changed his mind. It's the green.
Now against white.
So a couple of chances in this frame for Higgins, but just 24 points the lead. And another mobile phone, goodness. Well, that's not a great cannon for O'Connor on the brown. A slightly scratchy opening from O'Connor, as well as he played to make the break to get back into the first frame, to then fail to kill it off despite the 3 chances he had to do so. And there have been a couple of errors in this frame already, not least the break-off that allowed Higgins in, albeit that it didn't amount to too much. But here's another chance for Higgins. A third chance to get in.
One.
That was a sweet piece of cueing to get the cue ball out in the open.
Eight. Nine.
Yeah, I know Joe had a couple of chances at distance and probably should in the end have won that opening frame. But generally John's defence has been superb. At the moment he's kind of got Joe on the run, not offering Joe any chance to relax at all. Every time he's coming to the table, just at the minute he's faced with a tricky safety shot.
16.
John picking up the pieces.
Seventeen. Twenty-four.
He could lose the cue ball low here because he's going to cannon the red farthest away from us. Oh, he's played it lovely. He hung the pace off it.
25.
Yeah, just I judged it to just get the one cannon, so good to go. 56 with the black, and you see there are a couple of more reds in the open, which would be more than enough with high value.
32.
He played that to perfection. That should ensure that he goes 2-0 in front. And yeah, John is under pressure in some sense in this final because he hasn't won one for a number of years. But of course he's won plenty. Joe hasn't won any. So there's a kind of different pressure on both players.
38.
And Higgins looking appreciably more comfortable already today than he did at the start of his semi-final. And for Joe O'Connor, who's played quite brilliantly to get to this final, better than anyone else, not the start he envisaged. There's the key ball with only 67 remaining.
46. 47. 54.
Enough there for a 5th century of the week for Higgins.
55.
Of course, he passed 1,000 for his career this season, becoming the 2nd player after O'Sullivan to do so. Judd Trump following very quickly thereafter.
$62. 63.
He's the oldest ranking finalist since Rex Williams, who was 53, contested the Grand Prix final against the whirlwind Jimmy White back in 1986 at the Hexagon Theatre in Reading. White winning from 6-4 behind against Rex by 10 frames to 6. But already we're seeing some of Higgins' best snooker of the week in the final.
Eight. $79. $82.
That's a pity, not nicely on the yellow. He won't be overly concerned about the century. Still a chance of him clipping this in. It's just caught the near jaw, so no century, but 82 will do just as well for John Higgins, who's made a very impressive start to this World Open final. Just waiting for the return of Joe O'Connor, leaving the arena to try and reset, no doubt, after the disappointment of the first two frames, the first of which he'll feel he should have won, the second he was frozen out of, but he did let Higgins in initially with a loose break-off. So frame 3 of a possible 19.
John Higgins to break.
Higgins in third, who of course this man beat so impressively earlier in the week.
Okay, thank you.
But there's a very long way to go. Their sixth meeting in all. O'Connor winning at the Welsh Open and the China Open back in 2019. But Higgins has won all three since then, most recently the UK Championship in 2023 by 6 frames to 3. But all of Higgins' victories have been first round that matches, so this clearly by far and away the most significant they've contested. Yeah, it actually looks very close to a 5-ball offset plant. Just looking at it, I think on balance, I'd fancy him knocking this in if he gets contact. He didn't get the contact on the second red. Yeah, at the moment, Joe's just been given the run around. I mean, he'll be all right. You know, at some stage in this final, you would fully expect he's going to get some control over it. Just at the moment, he's been frozen out. when you look at his run to the final, it's been relatively straightforward for O'Connor. Alex Ersenbacher pushed him to 5-3 in the first round. But since then, Alfie Burden 5-1, Trump 5-2, Michael Holt 5-3. That almost immaculate performance against Shaun Murphy 5-1. And then yesterday, Ali Carter 6-3. So it's been fairly plain sailing for O'Connor. Finding himself under a bit of pressure, though, early in the final. And Higgins looks sharp.
Yeah, here's another head scratcher for Joe. No obvious return to baulk. It's something that John will never lose, being able to trap players and put them under constant pressure on the baulk cushion. But when he's playing the way he is at the moment, you know, punishing on the back of the mistakes that he's able to create, it makes every single shot you play against him so important.
Yes, not for the first time. O'Connor taking a bit of a time out here to assess his options, which are limited.
Yeah, it was one of those. He couldn't cover every base there, John, and he's left the single red as a potential for Joe to have a go at. It's one of those, it's quite close to the cannon on the red, just next to the black, so one of those, if you miss it thin, you're going to have collision. There's danger. Oh, just managed to avoid it. Oh. This type of safety shot, players tend to have been coming up short of the baulk cushion generally. The cushions have been so soft this week. It's one of those you want to inject an extra bit of pace in. See how John plays this one. Yeah, played to absolute perfection. A beautiful safety shot.
It's very evident in the early running that Higgins is seriously keyed up for this. He's not always played his best snooker to get to this final. At times he struggled in matches, but He's come out on top through sheer grit and determination, using his wealth of experience when the pressure has come on. But today he's looking to elevate his game to a different level. He knew he'd had to, given how well O'Connor's been playing, and at the moment he is.
I don't know if that's exactly what he played, but if it was, it's the shot of the century. He's almost got a bit of a smile on his face thinking, how did I do that?
It was so good he got two.
I mean, the thing about it, there was no apology. I think, obviously it was speculative, but what a shot that was. To completely turn the tables on Joe. This is a huge shot, isn't it? This is massive. You've got to expect if it goes in, he's going to be nice on a colour.
He struggled a bit at times with his long potting against Zach Shurty in the semi-final. But he's looking very much on point early in the title match. Playing his second final of the season. He lost to Mark Selby in the British Open. Selby played outstandingly well in that final.
Certain.
And at the moment, he's dominating the table since O'Connor failed on 3 occasions to pot frame ball in the first frame of this final. He's not potted one since.
19.
But that's gone wrong for Higgins.
Black.
Unintended double kiss.
John Higgins, 19.
It wasn't easy. There was quite a bit of space between the two reds, but he didn't get close. O'Connor struggling a bit at the moment. Could have been very different, of course, had he won that first frame, as in the end he'll feel he should have done. He hasn't yet recovered from that setback.
I must confess, I'm amazed that he entertained the plant. I mean, that was massive odds against. You know, he's not had any table time, as we know, and you know, to throw a half-decent chance straight back at John is not what he was after at all. If John knocks this in, then the memory of the poor positional shot will disappear. Yeah, that was poor by Joe, wasn't it? Bad decision for once by him.
One.
One of the challenges for O'Connor today was to exercise the ghosts of the way in which his only previous final got away from him quite badly, losing 9-2 to Gary Wilson at the Scottish Open.
Six. Seven.手机静音，谢谢。13. $14.
Yeah, and John's always naturally known during matches of the times where it's vital that you strike and really hurt your opponent. You know, 2-0 in front, bossing it, throws Joe a bone, but he throws it straight back at John. And it's a gift that will be gratefully received, and John, as I say, will be mindful. Punished to the full, 3-0 in front, things are getting a wee bit serious. You know, there are some visits in big finals where you got to double down and say, right, okay, this is a vital stage, and this is one right here and now.
$27. $28.
Almost appeared there as though the pink moved to the right as we looked into the pocket, having initially been bound for the jaw, which shouldn't happen.
35.
Either way, the break continues, and Higgins is on the cusp here. Only 59 remaining, so this pink to extend his lead. Frame ball. It's all John Higgins at the moment. Not a perfect performance from Higgins. He's run out of position a couple of times, but he's looking much the more assured right now.
42.
Feels as though the first frame setback for Joe O'Connor after he'd made that excellent riposte of 63. But then misframe ball 3 times. It's just shaken him up a little bit. He's not troubled the scorers since. And he took on a very ambitious plant in this frame, which has proved very costly.
49. $55. Second set.
John just smiling there because he actually these days is getting a lot more revs on the cue ball. He kind of laughed to himself there because he didn't. Oh, he's missed a double. Hold the back page.
Higgins, 62 and
For the third half century of the World Open final from John Higgins, looking for his first ranking title in 4 years. What a start he's made. Much has been spoken about regarding the coolness of Joe O'Connor, his rock-solid temperament under pressure. That's being tested at the moment. 3-0 behind. He's not potted a ball in the last 2 frames. O'Connor, remember, appearing in just his second ranking final. For Higgins, it's a 57th. And again, for the second frame, Joe O'Connor not playing the best break-off, leaving a chance for Higgins.
Five. John Higgins 5.
The frustration evident in John Higgins because he's got his man down at the moment. Now can O'Connor muster something from this? Must feel like a long time for him since he missed the black for the second time at the end of the first frame. Just about muscled the red in, but the cue ball's not great. Big shot this. Nicely done, but again, the cue ball far from great, hence the little shake of the head.
8.
He's got to just batten down the hatches for the time being, Joe. And it's one of those that he can't play all that effective a safety shot. It's just a question of just make sure that John can't pot one. It's one of those.
Joe O'Connor 8.
Excellent pot. But not a kind cannon for Joe O'Connor.
Three.
So having to play a waiting game in his bid to gain some traction in this final. If he could win this frame, that would certainly make him feel a whole lot better going into the 15-minute break that's coming up at the end of it.
Thank you.
Not for the first time, O'Connor finding himself close to the ball cushion and with not a lot to see.
Foul and a miss. John Higgins 4.
John looks to be interested in the red to the green pocket. Yeah, it's one of those, obviously, as long as he's not leaving a red aside from the one he's attempting, then there's some value. And if he plays this black properly to get on the next red, it could be a very good chance indeed from what looked to quite an innocent position. Oh, I'm actually kind of glad in some way that didn't go in, because the black hit the red on the way through, didn't it?
Yeah, just shave the paintwork. Now, what's the damage? A chance for Joe O'Connor. His first good one since he made the 63 break in frame 1. Of course, O'Connor just missed out on the World Grand Prix for the top 32 on the one-year list. If he wins today, he'd be in the Players' Championship, which follows for the top 16. Of course, Higgins will be in that World Grand Prix, and so will we here live on TNT Sports from Tuesday from Hong Kong. This is a really important visit for O'Connor. It's been a slightly chastening start to this final. Could have been very different had he won that first frame, as seemed likely. So vital that he now establishes himself before the first interval.
Nine. $15. 60. Three. $24.
Yeah, the last thing he wants really here is to be forced into playing a cannon. He has enough in the open for the time being. It's tight whether that one goes. It's one of those that, you know, if you were 25 behind, you'd maybe play the cannon, but there is risk attached. It's just not the time, I don't think. Yeah, that's nicely played.
$31. $32.
Red to left corner does open up the other one. So again, no need for any cannons. But that has gone horribly wrong. He's not in stroke yet because he's been starved of table time.
39.
All of a sudden, John's attention levels have gone up. 40 behind, but only one red safe.
Jocon 39.
A disappointingly early end to that visit for O'Connor. Still 75 there for Higgins. Black available, so this frame is still there to be won.
Foul and mess. John Higgins 4.
Well, Joe taking a seat.
Back.
So it suggested that the red would go, but John perhaps deciding, you know, he's got Joe in the rack a wee bit. So he's going to keep him under that baulk cushion for a wee bit more. He's under pressure here. It's not just us watching that know the threat that John possesses from, you know, trailing in behind, famous clearances, all that. It's Joe O'Connor that will also be, well, at least wary of it, but he'll be quite worried about it. He knows if he leaves John a chance, it's likely that he'll do it again.
Caught it a little thicker than he wanted to, so here is that potential opportunity for Higgins to get himself, at the very least, right back in this frame. And there's nothing in the way of an awkward colour to negotiate further down the line, so if he can knock this in, could be trouble for the Leicester man again. But he's caught it too thick.
That's that one shot, isn't it, where John's perhaps not quite as strong as the Trumps and the Kyron Wilsons and one or two others. He's not quite as devastating at those kind of shots.
What?
37 the lead, so O'Connor's still some way off securing his first frame of this World Open final.
So, what?
Yeah, he did his best he could there to try and make the green not potable. In an ideal world, of course, it was easy for him to shove a colour safe, but he thought, if I can get tight in behind a baulk colour, make John have to play a real good shot here. But he's left the two-cushion glance if John wants it. He's got to be careful here with a free ball if he misses it first time round.
Foul. NMS. Joe Connor 4.
Made the adjustment well. So 41 in it, 67 still on the table. If O'Connor were to win this final, and it's a big if right now, given the way things have begun for him, he would be breaking new ground in the rankings. He's up to 31 in getting to the final. He'll be leaping up to 21st place if he wins the final. His career high achieved last year, that was 28.
And we're sort of back to where we were a few shots ago, the two-cushion glance that John's going to be attempting. More difficult this time because he only has one red to hit.
Foul. NMS. Joe Connor 4.
Just to note, John could not see a red full ball.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Wang Wei is the marker for this final, helping out our referee Wang Haitao with replacing the cue ball. Now we have that nifty technology here in China whereby when you get the ball back exactly as it was originally, that circle starts to flash, which indicates that you've got it spot on. Or at least that's the theory. There it is. Not quite a flash, but you know what I mean. These are all very handy points for Joe O'Connor in his bid to get his first frame on the board.
Yeah.
Make those mid-session refreshments taste a good deal better. Still going to need a couple of reds, O'Connor, to make this frame safe. Here's a half chance, at best, granted, but a half chance that John would quietly fancy. A frame that he should have perhaps lost by now. It's one area of Higgins' game this week that hasn't quite been as consistent as he would have liked, his long potting. So here's a chance for O'Connor to belatedly establish himself in this final. A vital frame for him, a must-win frame really, even as early as it still is in this title match.
What?
He's going to need another red though, as mentioned.
Six.
So looking for one good pot here, and it should be 3-1 at the interval. Well played. A vital frame for Joe O'Connor. It's been a rather sticky start to his second ranking final, and of course he lost his first heavily 9-2 to Gary Wilson at the Scottish Open in 2022. He knows he should have won the first frame. Was frozen out in frames
14.
2 and 3, but he's responded well in this one.
50.
I think it felt like a must-win frame, more so for the fact that Joe, the type of player that he is, you know, if you go 4-0 behind, he's not the sort of player that's going to win 3 or 4 on the spin quickly. And there is a difference in that. It means that John's not going to be put under severe pressure. You know, as far as, you know, Joe gets on it, and he can do it, but it's going to take him a little bit more time. You know, whereas you've got some other players, you know, Lazowski's and, you know, the ones I'm talking about, they can go 3-4 frames, no problem, in like half an hour. But he's got a frame on the board, that's the important thing.
Yes, a timely intervention from Joe O'Connor, but John Higgins will be pretty happy with the way this World Open final has started, looking for his first ranking title success in 4 years and his 31st of a very decorated career, and so far so good for Higgins. He leads 3-1.
Frame 5, John Higgins to break.
So we're ready for the second half of the first session. John Higgins looking to build on a very encouraging start for him. 3-1 up, 7 away from his 32nd ranking title. And a first prize of £175,000. If Higgins wins today, he'll be back in the world's top 8. Not bad for a player who, albeit briefly, lost their top 16 place earlier this season. And for Joe O'Connor, a chance to take his career to a new level by becoming a ranking champion for the first time. But he's got a lot to do to make that happen. And as he was cueing that, some noise from the back of the arena. Unfortunately, it's been quite a common occurrence this week. Mobile phones going off. The referees doing their best to remind the spectators that they have to stay quiet, keep still, turn their phones off. But sometimes those pleas seem to fall on deaf ears. Higgins has made breaks of 52, 82 and 62 so far. O'Connor's solitary break of substance was in a losing cause, of course, in the first frame when he made 63, but he should be feeling a good deal better for winning the fourth. Just their sixth meeting, O'Connor won the first 2, which prompted Higgins to say that he's a player of real potential. Higgins has won the last 3, but all 3 of his wins, first round matches. Needless to say, this is by far and away their most significant encounter to date. O'Connor isn't the only player who's changed his cue this season. John Higgins is playing with his 3rd different cue of the campaign. The first time he changed it, it was out of his control because it got damaged by water when it was left on the tarmac at Charles de Gaulle Airport. And the one that he replaced it with seemed to be working very nicely for him, but he has changed it again since. Always looking for those marginal gains, Higgins, in a bid to stay at the top. Handy fluke.
Yellow ball. John Higgins 1.
Higgins so far has by and large bossed the safety encounters. He's had O'Connor in trouble on or close to that baulk cushion a number of times. We've seen O'Connor tapping the table in recognition, but that's good length from the Leicester man.
Yeah, it's always disconcerting when you've no idea where the cue ball's going to go. Chance of collision, so the pot all important. Yeah, and I think he was mindful of not missing it thick. I mean, and he kind of went the other way, so more than decent opening this for Joe.
One.
It would be special for so many reasons if O'Connor could land his maiden title here in Yushan this evening. The fact that he'd be in the Players' Championship and the Champion of Champions next season, but also if he could do it against one of the greats, that would be something he would never forget if he could topple Higgins over this distance of 19 frames.
Nine.
He looks like the sort of player who is very well equipped to do damage at the World Championship. We saw him beat Selby last season before losing to eventual champion Kyron Wilson. But in terms of temperament, his style of play, his composure, he seems to have all of the credentials for that unique event, which makes the ultimate demands on you in terms of your fortitude, your ability to stay strong in difficult moments.
15.
And if he could win today, well, what a springboard it would be with the World Championship in mind.
Two. 23.
Just the wrong side of straight in the black. So he's going to have to work the cue ball out into the open. Not guaranteed to be on one.
Set.
Talking of the Crucible, if O'Connor were to win today, then he would still have designs on a possible seeding for the World Championship, because of course he would be in the Players' Championship, another big money event. So there'd be the opportunity to get sufficient points to get himself in the top 16 for the first time. So all sorts of doors could open up for O'Connor with success today. Can he get himself back to within a frame?
Eight. Nine. $46. $47.
Yeah, so that one loose red, anything around straight on it, and should go on to clinch it.
$52. $53.
So feels like being the last sort of hurdle. Should be okay. Almost playing a sort of, almost playing a soft cannon to the right half of the pink as we see it. Maybe. I'm thinking guaranteed to be on one. Playing that shot, able to play it with a bit of run inside though. So yeah, he's taking these nicely.
60.
There was never really a question over his temperament, you know, 3-0 behind. We weren't sort of worried. I don't think anyone would be. So this has been more like it.
Yes, the one question at that stage, given that the first frame really did get away from him, was whether it would spark memories of what happened in his previous final when he didn't do himself justice. Gary Wilson played very well, and it was a very lopsided affair after he played so well to get to that final. But if he can win this frame now, and he seems likely to do so, then he's right back in contention. One more red after this black. And he's overcut it. Goodness me, what a moment.
O'Connor, 61.
51, he looks puzzled, but to be honest, it always looked wide, even allowing for the fact that these pockets have been inviting. How many times have we been in this situation? John Higgins comes to a table 60 behind and clears up. He's made a career out of it. No one in the history of the game is better at doing it than this man. This would be a major blow to strike.
What? 大家再检查一下手机好不好？不要再发出声音了，谢谢配合。8。
Well, this red is pretty tight. Higgins doesn't like it, does he? He knows what a huge blow this would be to strike, were he to clear up here, when it was looking for all the world like 3-2. He's just about wriggled it in, and Joe O'Connor now has cause for very significant concern. 51 the margin, the colour to come, and then 51 remaining, and they're all there for Higgins.
Yeah, that last red was impressive, having to play it with left-hand side. He couldn't quite get through. So points-wise, it's not that big an issue.
17.
Oh, it's tight, isn't it? Does that red pass? I think it does, but it's one of those you'd want to get the cue ball right in behind it. Played that very nicely. I suppose if in doubt,
24.
bail out and play a different shot. The pot, you'd expect him to get, but he's going to have to work the cue ball, which makes the pot that bit more tricky.
Despite his struggles for a lot of yesterday's semi-final, Higgins was able to double down when it mattered most. After a second reprieve in the final frame against Axiurti, he made a break of 72 to clinch it. This isn't a final frame, clearly, but it would be a very significant blow to inflict. Perfect on the red, very close to it. Although it obviously goes to this corner pocket as well, so it remains a good chance for Higgins to steal. This is going to be a real test of character for Joe O'Connor. He'll feel, if Higgins does the business here, that it's 2 frames he's let slip that he really should have won.
Eight. $41.
Yeah, it does tend to be a key frame in the first session of a huge final. This is monumental. Not given just the frame itself, but the fact he's 3-1 in front. Massive difference, obviously. If history has told us anything about John, you can almost, you know, rack them up now, because he ain't going to make any mistake from here.
Even in this period where he's not been winning titles, he's never lost his ability to do this, to clear up from 50, 60 behind. He did it magnificently against Mark Allen in the second round of the World Championship last season to win on the final black.
56.
He just has the ability to seemingly be impervious to the nerves in situations like this. So this frame in the 4-time world champion's hands for 4-1. Massive, a huge blow inflicted by John Higgins. It was looking for all the world like 3-2. Joe O'Connor, Mr. Black to the right corner. He's paid the price. And Higgins is 3 clear again at 4-1.
Joe O'Connor to break.
Clearing up from 60 behind as only he can for 4-1. 4 more frames to come then in this first session. 10 little. It's the one weakness in Higgins' game today, and indeed at times during the week, his long potting return is not as high as he would like it to be, and so O'Connor gets an early chance to try and bury the memory of the previous frame. He could, of course, still emerge with a lead in this session, but vital from his point of view that he stays in contention for the second one.
One.
When he played Gary Wilson in the Scottish Open final, he lost the first session 6-2 and didn't win another frame. He feels he's a stronger player now. And when he's on song, as we've seen once again this week, he can be unplayable. his performance in particular against Sean Murphy is as good as you'll see. But doing it in a major final, just your second, is a different story.
$14. $15.
He's more of a classical style of player, isn't he? A bit old school, actually. In terms of... he tends not to go into the pack as early as perhaps some players. Kind of case in point here. He's going to have to sooner than later. He doesn't like something about it, you know, perhaps with the low black into them. He doesn't like it. So deciding to go in from
23.
On high. Yeah, the two reds together on the right are quite a nice cannon to play if that's what he is thinking about. Even a glancing cannon, he's bound to be on one. And they're quite a nice target. You've got to surely play it with some pace. Let's end the break.
Shut.
It was a bit tentative, trying to be a wee bit careful. It's gone wrong. And that's the point I'm making, you know, the trumps of this with the cannon, will they be, you know, forcefully into the pack in that type of shot, you would think. Doesn't mean he does it the wrong way, just a different way.
Joe Connor set.
It's another very good safety from Higgins. He's been very adept at keeping O'Connor under a lot of pressure in that regard in this final so far.
That's another gem by John. This is trouble. Doesn't appear to be a return. And there's not really a path to dropping on the red near the end cushion.
He was up very quickly there, which is almost always a sign that things have not gone to plan. So again, the quality of Higgins' safety has created an opening. Not a gimme of a first red. Looking at the plant. Has to be made. And it's just about rattled in off the jaw, so Higgins in.
What?
Looking to dish out some more punishment after O'Connor was in first. Lost position on 30 and lost the tactical battle.
Fine.
Quite certain if the pink goes on its spot. No major problem, really. We're going to find out. Obviously, black spot is covered. This is where John has been superb all tournament, when he gets these chances in close. It's obviously where he does his best work. Yes, there we go then, the pink goes on its own spot. As I say, no huge problem.
12. Certain.
Now he's in business.
Okay.
His brain's been, last few shots, working overtime of the order to take these, so now he's going to get the pink and play properly.
Nineteen.
Higgins looking here to guarantee himself an advantage of some sort come the end of this session. And if he does, then Joe O'Connor's going to be in damage limitation mode already.
$25. $26. $32. $33.
That's a clever shot to get the high pink. Yeah, just nestle that red away from the pink spot with the red to left centre as an option. Just makes it a bit easier mentally. These few reds that he's picking off. Yeah, just nestle it away, it just clears that area. So a 9 in front.
39.
The reds in the open would be more than enough.
$40.
And I know it's been a good chance, but the order in which he's taken them has been exemplary.
$46. $47.
A wee bit awkward, but yeah, it's one of these, just got to steady himself. It's not a shot that any player enjoys, this blue, from underneath the side cushion.
$52.
Just checking his numbers, he's looking for 14 off the 2 open reds, which is fine.
This is Higgins' 5th half century of the final. And a break that has the potential to put him in a very strong position, guarantee the lead going into the second half.
$53.
The lead
59.
29, 30 with this red, so pink or black would suffice.
60.
Joe O'Connor once again was in first, lost position. And having been within a couple of balls of being just 3-2 behind, he's now staring down the barrel of 5-1. The red to make sure. John Higgins came into this final knowing he had to raise his game from anything he'd produced in getting to the title match against a player who'd produced the best snooker of the week. He's done just that. And Joe O'Connor has not been able to replicate the form that we saw, in particular against Trump and against Murphy so far. 38 the deficit, only 27 left, 3 snookers. And Joe O'Connor's conceded, so John Higgins taking a firm grip on this World Open final now. He's guaranteed a lead at the end of this opening session, but how big is it going to be? 3 more frames to come. Higgins leading by 5 frames to 1. There have been plenty of frustrating moments for John Higgins since he dominated the field to win the Players' Championship back in 2021. 5 finals have gone against him. 7 final frame deciders have been lost this season, but he's won 2 this week, and he's now halfway to the World Open title. He's playing a terrific all-round game, and he's punished Joe O'Connor's mistakes in ruthless fashion. O'Connor will feel he should have won 2 more frames than he has. He's lost 2 frames in which he's made 60-plus breaks, and that is hurtful. 3 more to come in this session. Realistically, he's got to win 2 of them, at least.
What?
Yes, obviously that'll help, and quite nicely on the brown. Yeah, it's massive. Couple of frames. Whether we'll get the full allocation of 3 in. I mean, the evening session starts in, or is scheduled to start in just over 2.5 hours from now. Yeah, good pot. Players' hotel 10 or 15 minutes away from the venue, so you know, as far as getting back and getting freshened up or whatever, not sure whether that'll be they'll be able to do that. Hopefully they will be able to. Yeah, I mean, Philip's point is absolutely correct. Joe has to salvage something from this session. Limit the damage.
Six.
It's an unfamiliar position for O'Connor to be behind like this. He's been pretty comfortable in almost all of his matches this week, which is testament to how well he's played when you consider the caliber of players he's had to beat. The likes of Trump and Murphy and Carter. Does anything go here? played, taking a leaf out of John Higgins' book by executing the double to keep the break going. I'm sure this audience here in Yushan want to see a close final. And with that in mind, there'll be plenty of Joe O'Connor fans for the remaining 3 frames of this opening session.
Similar story to the last frame, making a decent start, but this is where it's going to end, I think. Only 21 to show for it.
Joe O'Connor, 21.
The margins are so fine, aren't they, at the top of the sport? O'Connor has lost 2 frames today that he clearly should have won. And if he had, it would be 3 each. Instead, 4 behind, in all kinds of trouble. He's one of the greatest tactical players of all time, Higgins, and we've seen that on display today. Higgins has barely played a poor safety. Almost invariably, he's had O'Connor in trouble in that regard, or at least under pressure to play a good one back.
Yeah, that's quality. Brilliant return. He's not the first, Joe, and he won't be the last either, finding out just how difficult it can be against John when you get into this type of position. At least this time he has, well, it appears to be a reasonable return to baulk.
Becoming repetitive to say it, but yet another good safety from Higgins. But there is the danger, of course, in situations like this with a colour over a corner pocket, that the Reds could start to gravitate in that direction and stalemate could ensue.
Now, will John have a stab at the red in the open? You would think he will do. I mean, I know Joe's in trouble, but he's unlikely, John, to get the cue ball in the open as much as it is right now. You'd expect him to press with this. It's a decent chance.
Terrific pot, the kind of pot that's made that much easier when you've got a grip on the match as Higgins has now, but of course he's earned that right. He's played extremely well in all departments today. Aside from his long game, which hasn't quite been there, he's been excellent.
8.
And in particular, he's been very adept at punishing Joe O'Connor's mistakes. The fifth frame in particular was key, clearing up from 60 behind as only he can. When it looked like being just 3-2, and then O'Connor is right back in it from 3-0 behind. But this final is in danger of getting away from the Leicester man now. If Higgins wins this one, the worst he can be is 3 clear, and that's a commanding lead in itself. But with the chance to make it something that looks like an unassailable one.
Something. 23.
Yeah, Jordan knows he's going to have to wait till this evening to lift up that lovely piece of crystal, the trophy that the winner's going to pick up, but he can go a long way to breaking the back of this final in the next half hour, 40 minutes or so. That's a dream result. It was a good shot, granted, but now he's absolutely perfect.
31.
Yeah, that final springs to mind the one English Open final, Neil Robertson, and the lead he had against Wu Yiza, but the only way back into the finals from the type of deficit that Neil had that night is lights out snooker. I don't know whether Joe's got that at the moment.
39.
He's also grappling with the knowledge that he's really given 2 frames to Higgins, as well as the 4 times world champs played. He's needed a bit of help from O'Connor. He had 2 very makeable blacks in the first frame, the final black of the frame. And then, of course, missed one into this right corner when he was on the cusp of closing to within a single frame at 3-2 behind. And those errors have been magnified by the quality of Higgins' all-round game.
$47. $55. $56.
So just one high value off this next red to extend the lead further.
And this will be the 3rd frame in a row that Joe O'Connor has been in first but hasn't been able to make it count.
62.
So just this black Barring a snooker, it's going to be 6-1 to John Higgins. On form, coming into the final, you could have made a case for Joe O'Connor being the favourite, even though he's only appearing in his second final. And Higgins, well, he's been here 56 times before. But Higgins has appreciably raised his game for the big one, and O'Connor's has rather tailed off. That's why the scoreline's looking lopsided right now. He has, however, missed the red that would certainly have killed the frame off, so it's only the one snooker for O'Connor.
One.
This has got to go. Nicely cued, significantly trickier than the black he missed to the opposite corner in frame 5, which has really done the damage for O'Connor in this session as things stand.
To O'Connor, 8.
Higgins looking for one more pot, which would certainly kill this frame off. And it's the one area of his game that he'll look to improve on, his long potting. Of course, he knocked one in early in this frame, which was key to him getting into a winning position with the black waiting over the left hole. Can he knock this one in to clinch the frame? And a 6-1 lead. Yes, he can.
What?
Higgins has suffered many disappointments in the last 4 years, but he's never lost the faith. In fact, he'll tell you that as far as he's concerned, he's queuing as well as he ever has. Of course, winning these tournaments these days is harder than it's ever been, given the depth of the field, the fact that you're vulnerable in any round if you're slightly off it. So to win today against a player who's been playing out of his skin this week, knocking on the door of his 50th birthday, would be one of the most satisfying achievements of Higgins' career. And for Joe O'Connor, he's in all sorts of trouble.
John Higgins, 6.
John Higgins is monopolising this World Open final. What a chance John Higgins has given himself here to end his 4-year ranking title drought. 6-1 up, 2 more frames to come in this session, and just 4 more needed for Higgins to claim his 32nd ranking title, to move a couple ahead of his nearest rival in that all-time list, Judd Trump, who's on 30. Wang Haitao saying that this will be the final frame of the session, so they're going to come off one earlier than scheduled. Well, opportunities here for O'Connor. Of course, there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders now to find something to work with for this evening. Just to confirm that the referee has said this is the final frame of the session. We were expecting 9 with a possible 10 this evening.
What?
Getting in first has not been the problem for O'Connor. It's been staying in long enough. And doesn't that just sum up the way things are for him at the moment? When you're struggling, you just don't get the breaks you need anywhere but there.
He's actually landed in a horrible position as far as, I mean, it's not going to be the easiest long red that John's ever, going to face, but
Yeah.
he can't get any cover. Not playing the yellow anyway. But he's all out of options, really. Yeah, just got to take his medicine, just dab the cue ball onto the baulk cushion.
Yellow ball. So corner 1.
Yeah, so the intent looks clear. He's going to have a go at the red. It's one of those, the safety shot, as difficult as the pot, so. Here we go then. Great pot.
What?
Not on the blue, but the green might be a decent second option. But it was a terrific pot. It was a good decision, actually, wasn't it? It was all out of options on the safety side of it, so that's about as aggressive as you would ever see John being. These days, anyway.
He'll be delighted with the way he's been able to raise his level today. That was the question.
4.
He's relied on a combination of experience and, of course, the supreme bottle nerve that Higgins has always had under pressure to get him through to the title match without really approaching his A game for most of the week. But he's certainly found a couple of extra gears today.
5.
Very mindful of the threat that Joe O'Connor was going to carry coming in. But at the moment, it's a perhaps surprisingly one-sided final.
11.
Oh, and that'll do very nicely. All right, the black's
16.
not ideal at the moment, but he's got, you know, the pink, potentially get that in the open and work off that. We've seen that a couple of times today already. Yeah, the black spot's no good at the moment, so again, that's where an area has been excellent today, John, as normal, just, you know, picking the correct way of going about this kind of break. But this time it goes horribly wrong. For once.
16. 就要看到4。
Well, if Joe O'Connor is holding the trophy aloft at some point later this evening, you might just look back on this moment as a turning point. It's a long, long way off, and who knows how significant, if at all, that error might be. But it is an error when Higgins had the chance to make it 7-1 at the end of this session, which will, just to confirm, end at the conclusion of this frame. Originally we thought there would be 9 in this session, but only 8 as it's turned out. A frame that Joe O'Connor desperately, desperately needs. And he needs this long red. Big shot this. Oh, he could not have got any closer. But that's the way things are going for him.
What?
Not a great cannon for Higgins, so position far from ideal. A stronger position as Higgins is in, even if he loses this frame. He will be mindful, of course, of matches that have got away from him when he has had healthy leads, not least the Tour Championship in 2022, when he seemed a certainty to win and had lots of chances to convert against Neil Robertson from 5 up with 6 to play, but couldn't do it. So winning this frame as well would just ease any pressure he might be feeling about getting over the line.
John Higgins what?
Yeah, now then, that's better.
What?
I think everyone in the auditorium be hoping that Joe can find something just to, you know, keep this final alive. I know 7-1, it's not insurmountable, but It's not far away from it, isn't it? Let's be honest. He so badly needs this frame.
Seven. Eight.
Joe O'Connor has made 2 half-centuries in this match, and he's lost both of those frames. 63 in the first, when he had 2 cracks at the final black, both very makeable pots.
10.
And 61 in the all-important 5th frame, when he was a couple of balls from clinching it. Missed a relatively straightforward black into the right corner, and Higgins conjured one of his great clearances. 63, and that really broke the back of the session for Higgins. But if he can produce the goods here, then at least he has some sort of opportunity. If he can relocate the form that did for Trump and Murphy and Carter when they come back in just under 2 hours' time.
Sixteen. Seventeen.哎，请不要随意走动哦，谢谢。23.
Referee Wang Haitao once again reminding the spectators to be silent and still. This is a very, very important visit for Joe O'Connor.
$24. $29. Set.
Yeah, that'll do. Just about okay. Yeah, blue obviously would have been better, but the yellow does offer him a decent option for getting down close to one of the reds. If he can do that, that should clear the path to getting the last of this session, which he badly needs.
$32.
Yeah, I mean, clearly if he takes the red in the open, the one on the left here, then he's going to need the last red, which is not too difficult. But there's still a bit to go. We know what John's like when he's presented with a chance to clear.
$39.
Yeah, not a one position, and of course he needs the last red to clinch the frame. 28 the lead, 35 left. Nothing in the way of a safe colour either to come to his rescue if Higgins were to get the chance. Looking to mess up the table a little in his bid to get over the line in this frame that he simply has to win.
Yeah, when the pockets play like they have this tournament, that's a bonus. When, when the pockets, to be fair, are, on the generous side, on one hand it makes it easier to win a frame in one hit, which Joe could and probably should have done here. But when you don't, the flip side of that, you give your opponent a chance of the clearance at some stage. It makes it, the clearance is obviously easier. So it does cut both ways. wee bit straighter than John would like. Looks like he's taking it on.
On another day, you miss a long pot like that and leave it over the hole for your opponent. But when you're playing well, and the man you're facing in the final struggling a bit, you tend to get the luck to go with the good play. It has, however, allowed O'Connor to take control of the table by laying the snooker. Just a couple of pots away from clinching this frame to give himself some sort of chance of turning things around this evening. And he's found the red that, barring a snooker, will mean he ends an otherwise very disappointing session on a high.
O'Connor won.
John Higgins has made 6 breaks in excess of 50. Top break of 82. Just as importantly, though, he won 2 frames on the final black. That's been the big difference in this session. Time and time again, O'Connor has got in first, but hasn't been able to make the most of his chances. And those missed blacks in those 2 frames have left him with an awful lot to do, even if he can now seal this frame once and for all.
Two.
The last person you want to be playing when you're 6-1 down in a final
John Higgins, 2.
and your opponent needs a snooker is John Higgins. So Joe O'Connor still has to sweat.
Yeah, it's one of those, if he doesn't play it with pace, but does hit it, you know, where that black is, will interest John. for maybe getting a snooker the next time round, we'll see. But if, you know, first things first, 2 cushions, try to make contact. See the pace he plays with. Yeah, not a lot. But a good hit, and thankfully, yeah, I think you get the point I was kind of driving at. That black was dangerous, but not so much now. Good hit. Ultra thin, trying to get in behind the brown again.
Terrific shot from Higgins, appreciated by the fans here in Yushan. He's making O'Connor earn this final frame of the session. Higgins still looking for one snooker to turn this frame around. And that could be it. It is. There's the handshake. It's been a great session for John Higgins. A superb all-round match play performance in his bid to win his first ranking title for 4 years. Joe O'Connor has not found his A-game that we've seen this week, but crucially, he has given himself a glimmer of hope by taking the last of the session. Nevertheless, Higgins leads 6-2.
From 13, John Higgins to break.
So, the World Open final resumes. John Higgins leading Joe O'Connor 8-4. Higgins needs 2 and he's champion.
Well, at least he avoided the double kiss, which happened earlier on a shot not unlike that one. And he could really do with his cue ball bouncing away from that cushion and being a little straighter on the black than he is. Not an easy shot this, you know, to pop the black in. I mean, look how tightly the reds are bunched. They're absolutely packed together. It's hard to get them split, and the pot cannot be taken lightly. He's played that brilliantly, you know. That's such a good shot from John. Certain splits of the bunch are better than others. That was a really good one. A pot that, well, he'd missed one similar to that earlier into that pocket. He overcut it.
9.
Well, it was an excellent 57. Not the highest break of the day by any means, but an important one to just get that clear blue water at 8-4. And he's in immediately here as well. Just trying not to think about anything other than what he's actually doing on the table.
Sister.
Yes, he could have played into those reds, but the bottom left red of the configuration of reds, it seems to pass the others.
Four.
You've got a chance here to certainly push reds into play. And I think if this shot goes well and he gets on a colour, then he could be looking at even extending this lead. A lot resting on this. Lovely little split, although one of the reds has gone very close to the black, but he'll be pleased enough with where the others have finished. It might be that he could even still pop the black, so good shot.
Well, certainly looking back
35.
to the pre-interval frame, that shot, horrible shot Joe O'Connor had with the spider, has made a big difference, hasn't it? It was nasty cueing, missed it. Higgins knocked in a good red to the yellow pocket, made a break. Because up until that point, O'Connor was certainly looking dangerous. He made a couple of nice breaks himself to pull back to 7-4.
Six.
There's a little bit more room around the black and that red than it first appeared. And what a chance. I think when he opened them up, putting that red into the left corner, it really did bring about lots of opportunity for this to be a frame-winning break.
If he does win, John Higgins, that is, he'll go to number 8 in the world. Mark Williams will be 5 and Ronnie O'Sullivan 4. So, so much for moving on from the class of 92. All 3 back in the top 8.
$49.
Well, he did not mean for the cue ball to just catch the draw, which it did. And it would have come out, had it not done so, further to the right, out into more open play. It probably won't make a difference, but the cue ball should not be quite where it is. Well, that right-hand red will just pass the other one. That was a really good shot, cueing from
57.
John there. Again, it was that extra little bit of pace he had to put on the ball, which means the accuracy has to be spot on. I think we worked out from the camera angle that the bottom red goes and the one by the black also pot, so he hasn't got to move anything to keep the break going. Pink goes to the opposite corner. Very close to picking up another frame here. Right, Johnny's just looking to see if the pink will spot, and if it doesn't, where does it go? We've kind of been there, haven't we, in this session 2 or 3 times. This referee, of course, will put it where it needs to go, and he'll ensure it goes in the right spot. But he could move the spot to freedom here. Well, there's no such problem. Well played. Spot is clear. The frame is on the verge of being won.
64.
Yes, 2 very impressive breaks from Higgins, either side of the interval.
65.
Yeah, I mean, he is the consummate match player, isn't he? We mentioned that Joe O'Connor is a bit of a Mark Selby, that he also would appreciate what John Higgins plays matches like as well. You know, it's another very fine break. And O'Connor, he may lose his final.
72.
It looks like he might do now, but I'm sure he'll learn a lot from this match with John on a big stage.
73.
Well, he's got it all to do now, clearly. Such a terrific week, played so well to reach the final, but there's something different about a final. And also he's playing someone who's won 54 professional titles. He knows how to win finals, even though,
79.
as we know, in recent times, has been unable to do so. I guess it's got to be said, hasn't it, 9-4, this was the lead he had against Neil Robertson in that Tour Championship.
Well, I was going to say that as well. Yeah, the irony of that. And that's one of the most painful defeats of his career, I should think. From that point, he actually did have chances to win the match as well. So now he finds himself in that same position.
That's why I think if he does win, and you've got to fancy him to do so, playing like this, I think Higgins
86.
will be quite emotional. Whether he sort of keeps that inside in the ceremony, we'll see.
87.
But it's going to mean a hell of a lot if he can win one more frame. That's what he needs now, one more frame to win ranking title number 32.
$94.
low century. He doesn't mind that. 94, an excellent break. And John Higgins has made his move. There's Jason Ferguson, the WPBSA chairman. The dignitaries are in position for the ceremony because there's only one more frame needed by John Higgins to be champion. He leads Joe O'Connor 9-4.
Corner to break.
A long way to come for the British players, but it will all have been worth it for Higgins if he can put one more good frame together.
One.
It was a great pot as far as where the cue ball is. He's been a bit unlucky.
This feels like a big shot, doesn't it, with the rest? Could lead to great things.
Yeah, you called it, Dave. I mean, he isn't up there with Kyron Wilson or Sean Murphy with the rest. You know, he's okay with it, but that was not close. And I think the ready pot is quite unlucky to finish there, wasn't he, with that shot, because he must have nudged the other red and finished around by the blue. You want to get this match over with quickly. I know that's obvious, really, but he just doesn't want any comebacks or anything that could take this too deep, this match, and he knows O'Connor will not give up. He's that sort of character.
One. Three. Four.
Key shot will be getting from his colour to a red, which can enable him to be on the black. The couple of reds above the black look on. Certainly to the right corner anyway. So the cue ball would have to be on the left side of the table from this shot. And that looks to be en route. Is it hard enough? No. Good line, but just a little short of pace there. He's looking at the two-ball plant, the two reds at the top, which are wide apart. That might be the way to go if the break's going to keep going. And well, he's good at plants, but this one, you know, it's not easy by any means. And these reds are far enough apart, they're not in line. This is a really missable shot. played it well, but also quite cleverly, I would say, because he could hardly leave anything had he missed it, and the pink to middle was always going to be there.
$14.
Well, we've seen before now that
15.
in this position, a frame from defeat, he can sort of clear the mind. We saw Wu Yize, a different sort of player, certainly, but we saw the way he came back against Neil Robertson in that English Open final, from 8-2 to 8-7.
Yeah, very true. I think in the case of Joe O'Connor, he's never going to sort of breathe through all those frames quickly, and the way that Wu Yize came back, it was almost like it happened so quickly
22.
that Neil Robertson didn't know what hit him. But it'd take Joe a while. He's very methodical, very careful, and he's really good in amongst them.
23.
Yeah, he's certainly enhanced his reputation this week. Whether he turns this round, we'll see, but the scalps he's taken, the way he's conducted himself, I think has impressed a lot of people. But if he does lose the final, we won't see him again until the World Championship qualifiers. Of course, we can say now, Neil, the World Championship is next month. Now we're into March.
We certainly can, and the build-up is on. There's plenty of snooker before then, including, of course, the World Grand Prix next Tuesday morning, which I'm really looking forward to. It's going to be a great event. Joe O'Connor would need to win all of these frames to be in it, which is a bit of a pity he's not, actually, but all of the top players there. Ronnie O'Sullivan is scheduled to play. He's given some indication that he will be.
$31.
Yeah, of course, Joe can't get in the World Grand Prix. He can get in the Players' Championship by winning this match. The lineup is complete for the event next week. But it's going to be a terrific event. All the players coming into it with different form lines. Of course, John Higgins will be there. Goodness. If he could win this, his confidence would be sky high. Anyway, he's not won yet. Needs an angle on his next colour, I think, to get the reds open.
$9.
It's going to be the pink to middle, and then these half a dozen reds brought into play.
Well, he's not gone to plan this.
45.
But he's got a 44-point lead. He's got a red on a cushion.
Yeah, and I think he's deliberating, trying to take that red off the cushion and double it, isn't he? Sometimes that's the problem, isn't it? You've got a ball that's safe and you're frightened to do anything with it. But if you're going to keep the break going, he's going to have to double it to right middle, I suppose. I think that's what he's playing, Dave.
Well, he's got this 8-ball pull background, hasn't he? He's a good doubler.
It's the worst scenario, but he's actually got away with it. When the ball comes back towards the cue ball and hit the top jaw on these, you have no idea where they're going to end up.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to make something happen. At 9-4 down, you can understand that. But anyway, he's back in his seat.
Yeah, John wouldn't have given up this frame. He would really have dearly loved to get that cue ball either in behind the green or covering the main bunch of reds and leaving that right red exposed. He didn't really get Joe in so much trouble as he could have done there.
Well, you were talking, Neil, about the World Grand Prix, and just been informed that Ronnie O'Sullivan has actually withdrawn. So it's another tournament he won't be in.
Oh dear, well that's I'm sorry to hear that, because I did see something very recently that he was going to play, but unfortunately not. Goodness me, that is, the balls have gone in all different directions there. I mean, that was a giant double kiss scenario. And has he got away with it? It was a pretty ugly shot in the end, only because of the double kiss.
Yeah, just to clarify, Ronnie O'Sullivan, we've been told, has withdrawn from the World Grand Prix for medical reasons. So Sijol will play Hossein Vafai, who's next on the one-year list. So sadly, we won't see Ronnie next week. Anyway, this final continues with Higgins 44 behind, but he put together two good frames, looking to get in again, and he is in. So a chance for John Higgins.
What?
Indeed, what a chance.
The mental fortitude you need to keep on putting yourself through it. You know, Higgins could have walked off into the sunset, couldn't he? A year or two back as an all-time great, but still had the belief, was prepared to put up with disappointment, and there's been plenty of that, plenty of low moments. I guess if he can close this out, you'll feel it was worth it, worth the effort. It's a shame his family aren't here. Obviously, it's a long trek to Yushan, but I'm sure they're all watching, biting fingernails.
8.
So proud of him for the way, as I say, he has kept on turning up and being prepared to put up with that disappointment for nights like this.
9. Then. Something.
Well, he's a little straighter on this than he would like to be. The four reds, they look very appealing, don't they? But actually, I'm not sure quite where the next red comes from, because unless there's a plant that he can make, there's a couple of reds that go up into the green pocket. Don't know if he can nudge them. He's got only a slight angle. I feel like things should be a little easier from black to red here than it seems to be. So I think the safest option is have a clear shot down the table, but he didn't want to have this angle. He wanted to be straight on the red.
24.
And now the plant to middle. This is more difficult. Well, that was miles away, wasn't it? It really was.
Higgins.
He had to hit it
4.
sort of thinner than the potting angle, but of course in trying to hold for the black, he was sort of compelled to misjudge it in the way he did. From the black, he didn't leave himself a very nice shot with that plant.
So O'Connor back in, 21 to the good. His problem, of course, at this stage is that, you know, at any point, any shot could be his last. It could have been over there.
Eight.
Just looking back, I think John's problems actually there stemmed from the shot before, where he knew the 4 reds were open but covering each other, and he never got the right angle on the black to nudge into them.
So as you can see, this red should extend the final into at least one more frame. Higgins did have a chance there. In the end, he played that plant, didn't get close to it. Still in a strong position, but doesn't want this going 9-7, 9-8, none of that. Because then the pressure really will descend. All Joe O'Connor can try and do is just turn the screw as much as possible.
22.
He likes a double, doesn't he? And that removes any doubt about who's winning this frame.
Six. Joe O'Connor, 26 in a frame.
So Joe O'Connor pulls one back. He's still a long way behind, but the final not done yet. John Higgins still one away at 9-5.
From 15.
No reason to panic, of course, but equally, he wouldn't be human if somewhere in his mind he wasn't thinking about, you know, some of these finals that he didn't close out, and even not even finals. I mean, at the Masters this year, 5-1 up to Neil Robertson, lost 6-5. All of that is somewhere in the background. Got to try and stay as positive as he can, and he has been today. Joe O'Connor, though, he's so determined. We know that. Still, he will have the belief that he can get back into this, and who knows, maybe pull off a great comeback.
Brilliant. Deserves a good nudge.
What?
It's one of those shots. It's not the most natural shot to nothing. It's quite a little bit thick in contact. You'd want it to be about a half ball. So the very hard pots, cue ball doesn't necessarily head its way back to the bulk end.
Six.
Yeah, I mean, it's early in the frame. It's hard to know whether this is going to be a chance. But if he could pot this red, which is not easy, find himself on a colour to get the reds open, he could be en route.
Well, second part of that is get everything out of the way, which he did.
7.
Yeah, I mean, he'd love to have just been a bit further up the table there so he could go straight into the bunch from the blue. It's a bit straight looking for me for that. I don't think the angle is there. And as you can see, the reds are all sort of solidly jammed together. Playing off the cushion. It's hard to generate the pace. He's going to have to really hit this. Yeah, tough shot to play. Hard to think really the reds were going to spread that much anyway, had he hit them. Didn't think he'd hit the pink on the way through. I think he believed that he would just sidestep the pink. Well, he needs something good to happen here. Can he get him behind the green? And as you can see, he might be able to swerve it. Got a good view of it. It's quite a big swerve, but hard to think the red won't go very close to the pot if he hits it. Oh, don't know if it is in. Just about. Yes, he's not on the black very nicely, but it is problem solved of being in a snooker with the ball over a pocket.
Yes, there's no rule that you have to win the clinching frame with a century. You know, if it takes 7 visits, that'll do, John.
Yellow ball. John Higgins, 1.
Not the most threatening safety shot ever, was it? There, he tried to get the keyboard behind something and failed. Left it in a wide open space.
Well, what about this? What a shot.
Yeah, I mean, this is deeply unpleasant, isn't it, to be there? You know, if your first cushion is the bolt cushion here, for instance, then you know you're in a lot of trouble. He might be able to get to the left cushion. It's not so much that difficult to hit a red, but you've got no real control. There's a huge area to hit one, but as to where they finished, it's hard to think you could really know anything about it. Playing with a little left-hand side as well. It's gone behind that red. It's a good effort to hit it, but he's left plenty.
Corner 4.
I mean, it's hard to think that he'd have these put back, really. I don't know how much better it can be than where the balls are now.
One thing he certainly proved today is what a fiendish layer of snookers he is. Well, it is going back.
Well, I hope from his point of view that John doesn't lay up to that red this time, because he's on a ball there. I can't think that that many players would have had those balls replaced.
Yeah.
It's a devilishly difficult snooker, I accept that part. Still been left something. But really, I think the previous chance was a little bit better than this one. Well, he's got a red, but it sends the cue ball up towards the bulk end of the table. A rare miss. You've not misjudged many of those over the last week. Never got particularly close to that one.
What?
Another opening for John Higgins, looking for one more frame, remember, to get this one. Doesn't seem much, does it? But you can add on 4 years to that. That's how long it's been since he won a ranking title. 4 years and a day, in fact. February the 28th, 2021. The Players' Championship. He played unbelievable snooker that week.
John Higgins won.
It's too early to get a little concerned, isn't it? Because he's got a very big lead. But I'm very surprised that he would screw it off there. It looked quite straight, the angle. We have kind of been here before with John. And it doesn't quite feel as if we're at that stage yet where we would say it, but all of a sudden John looking a little bit stern-faced, isn't he? Well, targeting him behind the green again here around the 4 cushions. Joe O'Connor, and see how close he gets to playing the shot correctly. Might not be quite hard enough. Good line, I thought. Well, looking for that same line, but he got too much of it there and veered off. Didn't get the cue ball back very far at all. It's a bit of a concern for Higgins, unless he can get behind the green, which he has done. The red went over the pocket, that was the worry. We've kind of been here before, haven't we? Although there's no way he can swerve this one. And this time it's Joe O'Connor in behind there. I wonder how he feels now, whether... I know it's easy to say it, but, you know, when John was in that snooker, he refused the red. He took a different red on, but... maybe he could have just tried to get the frame one there, because now he's in even more trouble than John was in, I think. Trying to get laying on the top red here. Delicate little shot just to hit that top red above the pink. He's done well, I think. Cue ball's come a bit off to the left. Has he left anything on?
Well, while John Higgins looks at this, just to say, cycling fans, if you're tuning in now for the O Gran Camino, live coverage is getting underway now on TNT Sports 6 and Discovery Plus. So TNT Sports 6 and Discovery Plus, and we will pick up the live cycling after the snooker.
Wasn't particularly threatening there from Higgins, was it? It's been an odd little exchanges, isn't it? There's been some great snookers behaved on the green and a few other shots that have been miles short of it where they're intended to go. Well, what a time to miss cue, really. I mean, he took a long time over it, and it was a miscue, quite a dramatic one, wasn't it? And, you know, he hasn't miscued once this week. It was potentially very damaging, very costly. Reds over the pockets, high-value colours, not that easy to get on, but what a time for that.
Well, if that proves to be his last shot, and it's a big if, then that's a horrible sort of memory to take from this final for Joe O'Connor.
John played that very safely, didn't he? Just playing up for the green. He knew that there's no way in the world he wouldn't be on the green. He knew the other red would stay close to the pocket. And of course the black can be got on, and it would be very handy to get the black back on its own spot here. If he could move the red above the black by maybe playing on it, and then land on the black, he would be absolutely in business here. And he needs one more frame. And it could be at this visit, because it is an encouraging chance.
Four.
Well, that doesn't look bad. He was very purposefully walking around, wasn't he, to
Okay.
look at the next shot. He's asking for the cue ball to be cleaned. As I said, if he could get onto the black, that really could be the point where this match is about to be won.
Well, just while this cue ball is clean, just a reminder again, if you are tuning in for the live cycling, it's on TNT Sports 6 and Discovery Plus. And when the snooker is finished, it will be on this channel.
Five.
Cue ball went further up the table than he expected, but he always had the backup red close to the right corner.
12.
Now, can he drag this in for the black? I don't know. It's not the most simple shot to control. I mean, it's the dream shot here if he could hold. You know, there's always a chance you would get stuck behind a red. But on the black, that's where all the action is right now, around the black spot. He's played it. This is the issue. You can always get stuck behind a ball, but he's all right there. Get to centre ball striking. 2 or 3 red blacks, he'll be starting to pull away in the frame, and then he can think about ending this 4-year drought since he won a ranking event.
Yes, and he has scored well today. He's had 9 half-centuries, a half-century in every frame he's won. Can he summon one more from somewhere?
Trent. Trent 1.
Yeah, so getting those 2 red split is what he wants. And is he on that right-hand red? Because it will really
28.
almost be a game changer, because the other red next to it will be on as well. It's a bit tight, isn't he? He's having a good hard look at them. Can get through to it. Can he avoid the other red, though, in screwing back? There's your answer. No.
29.
John, the game doesn't get any easier. A loud sigh there. End of break.
I think the shot before, where he wanted a bit of an angle on that bottom red, he wanted the cue balls up against the cushion. And maybe he would try and put one of these colours away from its spot. I said earlier, you know, you can't really get balls safe, but actually that's not in a very good position if you're chasing a deficit of 35 points. So that is in John's favour. It's very much second prize from getting the match one, of course. Yeah, it looked close from an early point, that one, didn't it, to going in off?
.35 in the frame. O'Connor, looking at the table, will, I'm sure, feel that Higgins needs realistically one more chance to get it won.
played it well. Good shape on that safety shot round the angles. John might be just having a glance at the potting angle here, whether he will go for it or not. Not the easiest way to be sure of the cue ball going safe. Maybe he's playing thin off the other side of it. He's got all the moves, hasn't he, John Higgins? He can recognise danger even in this position. Now all of a sudden the balls are not quite as appealingly placed as they were earlier. Again, all that will play into John's hands because he has a lead of 35. It's hard to think that you could, win the frame in one visit from here. Whereas earlier the balls were quite well spread. But usually when you get a long bout of safety, this happens.
What? Three.
Well, red, yellow, and then this slightly awkward little red to middle. It's not simple. Got to land on a colour as well again. Not made much of this chance. Don't know if he can get through to the black. It must be tight. I think he must be able to. Well, at least he split the two reds below the black there in potting it, which kind of gives him some chance of taking this break further. well played. Got underneath the cue ball there and held it. So,
12.
how far towards getting the frame one can he go with this visit? Obviously the green was put there earlier by John as insurance, which might come to his rescue, I suppose. Lovely shot, nice cannon. Things are starting to happen now at last in this frame for Joe O'Connor.
$19. $20. $27. $28.
Maybe a little further up would have been better here if he was going to try and move the red. The cue ball probably a ball's width further up the table. It's a natural now. I think it's kind of more likely to try and play behind it from the top side to put it in the right corner.
He's done well to get this far. Oh, he made a key clearance, didn't he, against Neil Robertson in that Scottish Open semi-final back in 2022. Of course, Higgins now will need the green as well in this frame.
Yeah, with regards to that green ball, you know, he's been doubling shots, hasn't he? Quite a lot. He's almost as good as the man he's playing at those, John Higgins. So I think he's already given that some thought. Looking 3 shots ahead, in the brown and then the yellow and then possible double on the green to solve that little puzzle.
Well, I know one thing, if he'd taken a still picture of where the balls were when he came to the table, you know, it would not have been a likely frame winning break. There's the green that Higgins, as we know, put safe earlier.
$40.
So I think the whole frame's been building up to probably the shot after this one.
$42.
Possible double to left middle, he's good at them. But I think sometimes when the object ball is so close to the cushion, they're a little bit more difficult. You don't know if they're going to kind of trap under the cushion. So he's got a good chance, but by no means a certainty. Brilliant shot and well received Didn't ever look like missing it, really. And it's only brown and blue. This is certainly make John Higgins feel slightly uncomfortable in his chair, the way that this is all turning out. This is the frame he already should have won, quite honestly.
Well, where the balls were and with the lead he had, did John Higgins really think he wouldn't get another shot? What a break. It's been one of the breaks of the week, this. And Joe O'Connor needs the blue to pull a frame back. Incredible. What a contribution. Joe O'Connor once again underlining his reputation for being one of the tough men of the sport. What a break that is from Joe O'Connor. Absolutely superb to extend the final into at least one more frame. John Higgins still not over the line. O'Connor has won the last two, so it's 9-6.
I'm 16, Joe O'Connor to break.
John Higgins still on the edge here. He's still got a good lead, but I'm sure he's feeling slightly uncomfortable. And one more frame is all he needs. He did all the good work to get so far in front at 9-4. He's lost the last two frames. Well, that really is opening the balls up, and whoever pots the first red here could be in with a good chance. And if it's Joe O'Connor, it'd be coolly trying to roll this in, holding for the black, and he could be in business. Well, I expected him to get it, quite honestly, and because it's not an easy shot. Didn't really threaten the pocket in the end. Oh, that one on a different table on a different day might not have gone in. Hit the bottom jaw and fell in. And that's what John needed, something like that. He's in first again.
Eight.
Slightly annoyance of John Higgins, but that he's a little close to the side cushion for this. It does look a natural to play on the black to the same pocket, but he's got to make sure red doesn't get in the way. A couple of reds sitting in places that could be troublesome. Yeah, he's just managed to avoid that. I mean, this is just what he needed after the last frame, an early in of this description. That was where it steered through a small gap. What a chance for John Higgins. What a chance.
60. 17.
Well, I was thinking that Reds and Blacks were going to be the order of the day here, but of course he has got a very pressing engagement with winning this tournament. I don't think he'll be playing on the black now. And it really is. I mean, you could not see the balls better placed. There's nothing safe.
One more break, isn't it? It's one more good contribution. He's had plenty today. Every frame he's won, he's had at least a half century. See the absolute focus in those eyes.
30. Yeah.
I'm sure this was not the red he tried to be on, he played on. But that's the one he's going to have to pot next.
John Higgins said recently that a long career in snooker,
31.
eventually it takes a bit of your soul. But in sport, there's always another tournament, there's always another match, there's always another opportunity to turn around your fortunes. It's not like he'd gone off the radar in the last few years, just wasn't winning tournaments.
Yeah, and I suppose for John, you know, losing in finals was never going to cheer him up, was it? You know,
38.
for some that would be a real positive. Some players on the tour, understandably.
Yeah, he was so used to winning for so many years that it was a novelty to lose those close finals, 5 in a row. And as you get older, you must start to wonder, you know, can I
39.
still do it? Well, he is doing it here.
For 6. For 7. $52.
Yes, he didn't hit them very hard, those reds, did he? But, you know, he's now got the one he's very close to. He might have been hoping for sort of nicer cueing for the red to right middle, but he's right over a ball for that. There's an element of difficulty about this, with all that equipment on your cue, with these balls so close together. This, you can misjudge these. You know, his eye line is a long way away from the two balls. Got to be very careful on this shot. Slightly lost the cue ball, but not much. He's on the brink of winning something here. He's got to pop this black and just get the right cannon, and he's almost there.
But he saw Joe O'Connor clear up from a much more difficult position than this, didn't he? So there's a lot of pressure on this next shot.
Oh, that's in. That's. But he's enraged by the positional side of it, that it's gone wrong. He had to put everything into the pot. The cannon was all well and good. He's not on the red that he expected to be on. So then all of a sudden, he's still got another bridge to cross, as you would say. Unbelievable, isn't it? 60-point lead seems a lot, but the ball's absolutely still wonderfully placed.
It's amazing. I mean, he gets on a red nicely, he wins, doesn't he? But the game is not easy. He knows that as much as anybody. So many ways it can trip you up. Nicely done. Nicely recovered.
61.
It's a fabulous shot, Dave, isn't it? And the control of the cue ball was everything there. The pot was one thing, and it was difficult, but it's so easy for the cue ball to end up underneath the black cushion there. He could not have played it better. So he must be feeling very excited here.
Well, it's two more pots that he needs. What a moment for John Higgins. Player we were so used to seeing winning titles. He lost 5 finals in a row in a 4-year period.
68.
Some other close matches as well. It must have been very difficult. And as you get older, people start to write you off. But Joe O'Connor wouldn't have done that coming in today. He knew he was up against an all-time great who needs one more pot to win this final.
Yeah, I mean, Joe's obviously very disappointed. He's played brilliantly. He's even played very well today, I think. He's going to be fine as a player. I mean, what a match player he is. Joe O'Connor. Here is the consummate match player, and the drought is over. He must be feeling fantastic out there potting these balls.
Well, he's won world titles, 4 of them, many other big tournaments. Right now, this is going to feel like one of the biggest of them all.
I just wonder if he pots this red, there'll be any emotion, because this is where it really is over when this goes in. There's no way back.
77.
Well, he's keeping it in for now. I'd be interested to see what happens after the final, if he can keep his emotions in check. If ever the old maxim, form is temporary, class is permanent, applied to anyone, it's the man at the table here. Proving again why he is an all-time great.
85.
Joe O'Connor has played superbly in the tournament. He made a slow start to the final. The first frame actually went away from him on the black, and obviously was a long way behind. He made that great break in the last frame. But John Higgins, look at the way he's winning this. One visit.
92.
Going to be a century, it would seem, to bring the curtain down on the World Open. Every credit. What a finish.
100.
Yeah, what a terrific way to win. And he came to the table with the balls in wonderful positions. That's a pity, but what a man John Higgins is.
A special player, a great champion. And once again, John Higgins is in the winner's enclosure. 4 years and a day since he won ranking title number 31. He finally gets his hands on a 32nd.
有请北京新美体育物理有限公司总经理甘佳颖颁发冠军奖金17万5千万。
北京市委 Sports Limited to present champions prize of £175,000.
有请中国百家协会主席助理秦吉红颁发